Righty. Hello, hello. Righty. Looks like we've got somebody in the stream here. Hello. Fantastic. I'm going to mute this so it doesn't keep going in circles. How you doing there, Cups? Just lying around and such. I'm going to switch over here so I can turn off emote only. Switch the follower thing back. We should be all set. Awesome. There we go. Alrighty, well, tonight should be a fun stream. I'm looking forward to it being a rather chill one, so when I get Minecraft fired up here, I'm actually going to be glasses off tonight. Bum bum ba-dum. I can enjoy the nice, gentle tunes of the Japanese lo-fi. Brought to you by the Lo-Fi Geek. I'll have a link to that in the YouTube description when this gets uploaded. Love this music. It's great background. Are y'all ready? Joining the world now. And here we are. Hi. How are you? I think today we're going to work on a couple of things. Looks like Riley is online right now. I think he's working on his little village, his terracotta village, I think it is. Come out here. Some of y'all may remember this creation here. Stand in the right spot. It looks like it's done. I want to do a little more filling this out, especially up above and back here. In fact, I'll probably make the back of the throat a little more of a priority, simply because that's something that I need to work on the design of and get it ready. Everything. Oh, look who's over here. Yeah. Yeah. How are you out in the daytime without burning up? Oh, wait a minute. Creepers don't burn up in the day, do they? Think of creepers. Anyway, if we come back up here and look up top, you can see like there's a big form for the snout and part of the head, but not all of it. So we're going to want to hold off a little bit of that. I think some collaboration would be helpful with that. Not yet. A little bit. I can also work on filling out the cheek a little bit, because there's going to be like that little membrane thing here at the corner of the lips. And a good chunk of the head is still going to fill in this area right back here. There's still some things to do. All right, let's go make it daytime, shall we? There's another creeper right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Took a couple of hits, didn't he? Precisely 4 hits. Well, and as I stated on my Twitter post, I'd like to try and avoid getting blown up by creepers. So we're going to have to do some stuff to light up this area. Not least of which is going to be moving the entrance over and lighting it up properly. Also kind of like sealing it off from here. Yeah. Let's see what we've got out here to work with. Bunch of dark materials, a bunch of random stuff, some purple and prismarine, lots of black stone, and a little bit of amethyst out here. Okay, well, not too bad. And then in my inventory, I've got a few things. So, a few things in my inventory here give proof to what I had done between the last session and this one. Let's take a peek over here. Look at this. So much dripstone. And a sheep. So much dripstone back here. Just, I can't even get in the room. It's pretty amazing. Alright. The last time I was in Minecraft, I was not on stream. It was between streams. It was at a really weird hour, so I didn't want to try and stream. Last time, we worked on a little nether railroad right around the corner here. Literally right here. When you hop off, it says spawn station that way. Berry is that way. I need to make some more carts. Anyway, if we hop on this, if we come in on this rather, it says Berry that way, Swift this way. This is the main line that leads back to the primary station. It comes here. Yeah. However, if we want to get to Berry's place, it's up here. And this one doesn't have a proper station over here. Not yet, anyway. But that's the portal to Berry's place. Got this nice hallway set up here. There we go. Very slowly indeed. Hopefully nothing chasing me. Like a wall of lava. Oh no! Let's just go down this little path here. Warp speed. Need an effect there, huh? There we go. Ta-da! Anyway, and there it goes. For another one? Yes, let's go get it. How far that cart's gonna go on its own without somebody in it, but... Oh, there it is. Boy, it's going. Can I hit it with a bow and arrow, maybe? Does that do anything? I don't think it does. Can't be too straight away here. There we go. Cool. So something to keep in mind is we're going to want to change this. It says Swift James Place. Spain's UFO and Village. So this will need to get upgraded. It's not just mine anymore. Now it's the Swift Arcade and Berry's place. Hey, Padu. How you doing, Pumpkin? Who's right outside the window. Oh my word, there's 3 of them. That's just a tiny bit insane to me. There's that many spawning just right here. You know that they know I'm here. They just have to play dumb and be like, I don't know if anyone's around. Look at it. Look. See? He knows I'm here. He just has to play by the rules and not attack me. He wishes he could, though. Yeah. They know what they're doing. What I could do is pop out a window or a block or something like that. Fire on them. Then they make that horrible screech. I don't really want to hear that, so... Aha, okay, Padu. I hope you have fun with that. You're welcome to come in here if you'd like. You're welcome to just hang out in the stream. If you'd like. That's fine. Okay, here we go. We have the Padumpkin Patch, the Critter Jungle, End Stronghold, and the Nether Fortress. All down this one track, right? So we need to add another sign over here on this other side that says something about... We'll call it something like Berry's Cake. Yeah, I think that'd be funny. Alright, do I have another sign on me? I do. Look at this. Just don't have any white dye. That's okay. This will do for now. Let's put this here, and we're going to say... Not Bert. Berry's Cake Factory. Boop. If you know, you know. I just kind of want to see what happens the next time someone comes across that. Although, dang it, I need a different colored sign, don't I? I really do. This thing's almost too dark. Oh, I think it'll work for the moment. We'll come back, do more of that stuff later. Okay, and now there's one more minecart down there in the little train station. We're going to need to add a bunch more mine carts, these train stations at both ends. They can hold 9 in the dispenser plus a couple hoppers worth. So each one should be able to hold like a bunch. We'll probably spend a little iron on that. But as it is right now, you follow this along, it pops you off. You either go that way for Barry or this way for me. This way for me. There we go. And then down the little color barrage hallway. And literally just around the corner. So it's not like it really needs it. Oh. What? Hold it. Why are there so many minecarts coming along here? What happened? Who's doing that? Somebody here? Hello? I think Riley is up to something. I feel like I should pull up his stream and see where he is. Because that should not have popped out all the other minecarts. Now I have no minecarts here. Yeah, specialist dragon doings going on. Now there's no more minecarts here either, so now people would have to walk. Let's see if I can send them back. Let's see what happens here. Go. 2. I had 3 extras that followed me, right? Alright, let's go. Boop, boop. Whoa, no. Not that way. Ah. Oh, wow. Oh, nuts. It's gonna do it on both sides, isn't it? The minecart going around the corner is literally pushing the button. Yep, it's even gonna do it on this side too. Wow! Riley's not even here doing this. I'm getting pranked by my own design. So I guess what that means is that I need the button to sit here? I don't know if it can. I really don't want to have to move this yet another block over just so that it doesn't round the corner right there, but I might have to. Oh, I never thought of that. I do need to fix this, though. Well, the minecart up here is likely to despawn if I leave it alone. I think. So let's go get it. Maybe it won't. But either way, this one's got to come back. Let's just write it down. Make it a little easier on ourselves. Okay. So what could I do on this side? Like, if I put the button here? See, part of the issue is you stand here, and it summons a minecart. By this thing... Let's just do that, right? Yeah, it unpowers everything. But then when you step off, this repowers it. Now, I think if it's going that way, I don't know if it's going to still work the same. So, yeah, let's do a quick test here before I go off somewhere. If I put metal pressure plate here, it doesn't affect that at all. Maybe a target block under there might do something. It would redirect it. And then it would power or not power these. Huh. Right here would perhaps do it, going across and over, but I think I'd have the same issue over here as before. I think there's just something about the minecart rotating over the corner that's hitting it. So I gotta find a way to move the button a little bit and still have this thing work. Okay, let's try this. What if it's here? Right? What if it's just here? It doesn't direct into there at all. Okay. Oops. Ugh, that's why I don't like using netherrack to build on things. Especially redstone stuff. So it pretty much has to go here. Ugh, I have to move everything one block over again. Well, shoot. It's going to take a little time. So this isn't impossible. I'm going to state that right now. This is just going to take a little extra time. This is what I did off stream the other day too. So instead of it starting here, it's going to start here. It just needs to be one block, so it's not rounding the corner right against the metal plate. I can't move these guys over because they'll be against this thing. Yeah. Okay, well, y'all help me remember that. I'm going to have to come back and do this in a bit. I can't do it right now. I have a target block? I don't think I do. Okay. So today's tasks have expanded just a little bit already. One of the things I want to do is work on this part of the dragon throat back here. And it's going to be, the entrance is going to be around this area here. And then kind of have a completely blacked off area with a little wall you go around. And then you're inside it. Like all this up here doesn't have to line up through there anymore. So in order to do this, I need to clear some inventory space. Put all this stuff away for now. Oh, well, thank you so much, Padu. I'm glad you like my area here. It's been a fun one to put together and to build and to work on. I think it's delightful. Wait, what? Oh yeah, all the extra equipment to be doubled. Right. There's a target block right there. We'll want to use that a little bit later. Scaffolding, I may carry that around. That away, this away, this away, a couple torches, redstone, let's throw that in here. And quartz, throw it in here. Okay, now, it's time to clear away a bunch of this stuff over here. It's kind of neat having these banners. In fact, I think it's really cool. These were made for us. Oh. I believe it was Alex that put these together for us. So talented at that. And we have the old design and the new design as well, which is great. Friendship bell has been taken down. So we do need to be careful through here because we're going to have a lot of spawnable space, shall we say. And as much as I liked this stairwell design here, I think something just a little bit different will be in order for the back of the dragon throat. Not by a lot, I'll say, just a little bit. Probably should have left the stairs in place, and I don't have to take all of them out, huh? Hey there, Cups. Welcome, welcome. Or I should say welcome back. You were the first one in the stream tonight. Even before I got started. You were an overachiever. Good job. Alright, so now I have steps, stairs, wood, guns, all this fun stuff. Now these vines, probably should try to clip them. I also have the banners. Not over. Best achiever. Oh, look at that. It just doesn't even matter. Alright, well, whatever. It's these vines that you can get back with the shears. Right, that's fine. That's fine. Ha ha ha. I'm just going to go ahead and take all of them down so I don't lose track of them and I can put them back up later. But this way I also don't worry about losing them because they're already down. Now they were also partially a source of light, so I got to be cognizant of that. Okay, so let's put them in here with the wood stuff, along with these and this. And we'll even put the jack-o'-lantern stuff in here. The stairs, I believe, can go in here. Put the bell and the banners in here. I definitely want to use more of them. Use them again. Once the new setup is well set up. All right, now to take down a bunch of this stone. Now, I no longer have the Silk Touch pickaxe. It has mending and unbreaking and all this other fun stuff, but it doesn't have Silk Touch. What about the one that was in here? Silk Touch came from one of the librarians, I think it was. Maybe something different. Let's take some emeralds. Go see if we can get that real quick. I don't want to have to turn all this to cobble and then not really have an easy way to use it after that. Instead, we are going to take a quick little journey. I think I know where to get it. May mean running into Mr. Riley. Do. Alright, so what's everybody up to tonight? And then what's everybody what's everyone been up to this weekend? For me, I got back into VR chat for just a little bit. That was fun. Gets a little dizzying. I don't yet have my VR legs. In fact, I was in there earlier today for just a couple hours, not very long. It was fun, but yeah, I can only do so much at a time. Did that last night and today, so it was fun. Got to go on a nice little outing with Patio. Ooh, excuse me. Alright, this should be mending. Protection 3. Piercing, infinity. Power 4 and Depth Strider 3. That'll be very handy. I think that piercing can go onto the sun's going down. A nice little outing with Padu. We went to Firehouse Subs. Oh, I know what's up with you. Yeah, absolutely. You even stated it in the chat. You're working on some commission stuff. Aha! Hey there, NX Media. Thank you so much for the follow. Now, is this stuff still trapped? No. Okay, good. It was previously. Mending, looting, Silk Touch. So I need 10 emeralds and a book. Oh, I don't have a book. You kidding me? I don't have a book. How about you? What do you got? Efficiency, protection, respiration. Funny how they don't give me a book for anything. I just want books. This is still fancy. I think this is so cool. Bamboo, and of course, you know, there's a creeper right over there. Let's see if we can snipe him. Boom! Oh, tiny bit overshot. Boom! Got him. All right. I need a book. What do you think? Will Riley have one downstairs, maybe? We can pick... Oh, we can pick up. Hey, Curry. My gracious, he's got a lot of stuff. Definitely don't want to go rooting around and everything either. That's not what I want to do. I may need to come back with a book. All right. How are you doing tonight, Annex? Ah. Thank you for the update or the change on that, Padu. Appreciate it. Oh, it's the wrong way on that. No, you're exactly right. He can't speak as the timeout. Yep. Changing it from an hour to 10 minutes ought to do it. Okay, let's go to the item library real quick. I need a book. Lots of back and forth on this. But I also don't know if any of the librarians have Silk Touch. I think they don't. Go. Oh, look at that. Little lanterns floating around the Christmas tree. This whole area is getting real pretty. Got Enob's tree here. Alex's stack of presents. Got a little dine and dive treehouse bar and grill hiding behind there. Skelly dude hiding underneath it. In the shade. How sneaky. I think I need to put some light blocks down there so things don't spawn. Like it won't It won't prevent things from despawning, but it'll prevent them from spawning under here in the first place. I see you down there. Oh, let's do a trick shot. Yeah, there we go. So, I need books. Books and paper. Didn't you know? All the books in here are occupied. Let's see. Right here should be the leather. Book. And we'll put the paper back in here. Okay. Look at that. The door's still open for us because of that arrow. When the arrow despawns, the door will close. Don't worry, it's not a permanent thing. Wobbly wobbly. Woobity woobity. Okay. Now we'll go back to Riley's evil lair again. Huzzah. What's weird is that Riley's portal always leaves me facing the wall. Like, when I come out facing that way, I was already facing the wall on the other side. So when I go back, I should be facing away from the wall, going this way. But it doesn't seem to be that way. I always get turned around so I'm facing backwards. It's very strange. We're gonna sneak up this way into that. Ah. Okay. This guy has Silk Touch. Yes, huh? Bye. That's all we needed. I think that's the way to get to his princess in the tower. All right, so like I was saying, I come up here. Face this way, I should be facing away from the wall. But instead, I'm facing into the wall. So strange. Like, if Nether Portal will always have you pop out facing the same way, no matter what. Oh! There's Riley. What's he saying? I don't know what he's saying. There we go. Do 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 do. By the way, these train stations aren't that hard to make. They're just a little bit tedious. just a little bit. So take a few minutes to move them. And you know me, I'll get distracted. Okay. Anvil. Ekak. Little touch. Why not? Oh, because I have fortune on it. Are you kidding me? That's what the problem is. I would have to use these guys. Well, after all that, guess no fortune for now. Okay, well, that little journey's over. Let's do this. Okay, Power 4 and Depth Strider 3. Piercing. Piercing and the bow should go together, but they don't, apparently. I could put Power 4 on there for this. Lose the Depth Strider part. I don't know how that even works. I guess you can't have sharpness and power on the same one. Well, give it Power 4. Let's let it hit a little harder, shall we? There we go. Alright, so boop and boop. Books for later. And let's put the emeralds in here. Put the iron in here too. Getting dark out there? It is. Looks kind of neat with the sun going down through the mouth. It is too far away. There we go. So we're going to have a lot of cobblestone out of this, but it's okay. All right, let's do this. Let's go ahead and drop off some of the cobble. Wood. Kelp. Bring this down here. Alrighty, guys. I would say super fast build mode, but I don't have that right here. I'd have to pre-record it. This is the live portion of it instead. So just for reference, this little point that I've made out of these bits of dirt points right down the center of the dragon. Right down the center of the mouth. If I want to, I could do this, and if I stand here, I should be lined up with it. So that means this line right here is the center line of the map. And pretty much where I want to go. Need some coal. So, part of what I want to do is figure out, like, how big do I need this to be? Because, like, I could clear all of this out, and then I would just sort of have nothing left back here. But at a certain point, I want it to return to cave, right? Like, the dragon's head only goes so far back, and it stops. I could continue some of this purple block back there, which I think would be a good idea. These guys. I'll do that in a minute. Let's see here. Let's put all these blocks over here. Guess I'm just doing them one at a time. Being silly like this. There. Okay. So again, this is sort of lined up on the center here. In fact, let's do this. Let's move this guy. Everybody's favorite diorite right there. So that way, it's all lined up in the middle here. So I have a bunch of this really bad block here. I mean, it just takes nothing to break it. I have to be very gentle not to break it. It's pretty much just a filler, though. All it was. At the time, I just didn't have anything better, so, you know. Another rack filler. Yeah, great idea. Yeah, it's right under the dispenser for the railroad stuff here, too. Okay. So, I want to fill this back in with some more substantial kind of blocks like cobble. You know, doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to be there. Because if there's blocks, creepers. Cool. Okay, so going back to planning again. The throat isn't obviously this big either. So I think what's going to happen is at the corner of the mouth here, it's going to do that taper. It's going to come in. Kind of, that's a little sharp. But maybe it'll come in like in over, something like that on both sides, and taper down and up at the same time. I think that'll be good. Let's pull some of this on this side here. Now. Literally a room for everything except for the barrel itself. That's fun. All this in here. Just get all of it over there. That'll work. And that too. Sure. Okay. So now this area out here is a little more open as well. Now, if we want to continue this tongue-like thing here, that's not a big deal. To get some more purpurs out here and some more of the amethyst in place. I think what we're going to want to do is probably take down this pillar right here as well. I have to be careful because the start of the geode railroad is back here as well. By the way, NX, I think you should be able to communicate in the chat by now, if you want to. Thank you for being patient with me. There we go. Yeah. Fantastic. Fantastic. Hey, you're good. You're good. No worries whatsoever. Are you doing all right this evening? I got rid of my torch up there, didn't I? Yeah. Okay. So the main entrance is going to come up this way. Now, I could still turn it and come up here and around. Oh, are you kidding me? Wow. Whew. Y'all saw that too, right? Actually, he shouldn't come through that doorway, should he? Because he's going to think it's closed. Yeah, watch this. He stops right there. He's destroyed all this stuff. I should have just hit him with a bow and arrow. Where did he come from? Couldn't have been there, because he can't come through the doorway. Come. Gracious. I gotta put this hall back together and put my doors back up. Otherwise, someone like that could do more of that. So there's a trick to this. Place the door like that. Like that. And now they can't get through. They think it's closed. Which is great. I thought I had something like that here too, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, so even the door was closed in the creeper's mind. He still saw me and was like, all right, cool, you hit me. I'm going to blow up. You're too close. I think what I'm going to do here is one here and one over there. And I'll probably do another one there just to help further divide where these guys can and can't go through, you know? So if I can find out where they're coming from, then I can ensure that they don't keep coming from there. You know? So we'll put a set of doors there and there. Maybe even one there. Yes, it's going to be just a tad excessive, and that's okay for the moment. Let's see. Door. Door. I need 6 of them to do that. Okay. Gives me 6 doors right there. So. Here. Right here. There. Right there. And what do you say, right here maybe? There. And the nice thing is I can still get through all these areas, no problem. That'll help make sure. So if a creeper comes from this way, it'll get stuck right there. Comes that way, it'll get stuck right there. Somehow in the middle, well, then I know it's spawning in this middle space. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? So we've got cactus right up there. Left, we have geode. Let's say geode. And then on the right, we have dripstone. There we go. And then, yeah, that'll work. I'll hit that with one of these. Make it glow. There we are. Perfect. I knew we were going to get ambushed by creepers at some point today. I just didn't know how quickly it was going to be. Already 3 creepers in the stream so far. Thankfully, not one of them succeeded in taking us out, but I know they're going to try. They're going to try. In fact, I'll tell you what, let's light up this hallway just a little better than this. With yeah, sea lantern. Sea lantern. Cool. I'm pretty sure it didn't come up from here, go around, and then do whatever either, because, yeah, I think that's how they work. Alright, well anyway, as I was trying to say before I was so rudely creeper interrupted by a creeper, we can still have it where you go around to this right way a little bit once you come in the mouth. So I think that'll work. Go ahead and get the coal here. Why not? And we're going to have a lot of blocks to choose from for this patterning, by the way. I think the purpur coming down from there pretty much to here will be a necessity. So I need to find a way to like angle it so that it goes that way. And it doesn't have to narrow that far, but we should determine how wide this throat passageway should be. So let's see. Do we have a bunch of dirt? We do. We have a bunch of dirt. Put that here. Put that here with that one. We'll take this off. Okay, so. Dirt time. Alright. So how big should the back of this throat be? I think it should go up just a little bit for one thing. So, if I'm over here, maybe even this same height would be good. So from here, 1, 2 blocks up, I guess. It's just a tad higher than the end of the tongue, but I think that's probably good. So we're going to try to end 2 blocks higher than this for the start of the throat back there. I think that's a good idea. Just puts it vaguely even with the tongue, really with the curls at the side of the tongue. But I think that'll be good. And as it is right now, this is exactly 1 block here. So from this grass layer going up 3 will be enough. So from down here, we know we're going to cover all of this. Actually, you know what? I think rather than using dirt, I need to use the cobble. Because I'm going to use the dirt for, like, an outline. This will just give us a nice little base to work on. And our diorite back to show us where the middle is. Okay. Now, here's another thought. We're going to be 2 blocks higher, like that, but obviously you don't want it like right here. I can't even jump that. So, it needs to be back a few steps. So instead of right here at the back of the tongue, it needs to be 2 blocks higher by maybe about here. So there. I like that. So that part will have to get carved out then. Now having it go this way will give me some steps to go up as well. Not 100% convinced that it needs to be that high. Let's just do it that high. So a little bit, but not much. Literally 1 block higher than this. I can do that. I can do that. Come out and have a couple of step things go up. All right, so put it here in the middle. Again, just further highlight where the middle is. Yeah, so right in this area is going to be where we're aiming. So we need to know how wide. do something here, shall we? Go ahead and take out a bunch of this dirt that's in the way here. I know I was kind of using it before to help line up the center of the mouth, but I think I want to open it a little further first. Yeah, you know, just kind of floating there, right? Yeah. Let's do something. Let's raise this up a bit. This one. Cool. There we go. What I want to do. Just want to raise up my little center marker shape here a little bit. And take it apart from here. Yes, I know it's kind of silly. I just added some and then I'm like, oh, I'll just immediately take it away. I do like that I can stand in here and not hit all of the supports. Unless I hit the arm of it, I guess. Cool. Alright, so that should still be right on the center. Looks like it is. Great. There we go. Cool. Okay. So again, that's probably going to be the height of the inside of it, maybe. So from there to there. How many blocks is that? Looks like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 blocks high. Gap between these teeth isn't even that much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. 4 if it's from there to here. So yeah, probably not quite that high. Maybe I'll come down just a little bit. Okay, so then the width of it here. Let's see. Where do we want it to go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 wide. I think 6 wide would be good because it'll let me narrow down a little bit on both sides. Okay. Do I want it that far back? Because again, I may want it further forward as well. Finish the project animating Padoos. Really? You're animating something for Padoo, huh? That sounds awesome. I think I do want to move these guys forward. So let's do that. Let's bring them up 2 of their little spots here. Yeah, it only has to go, it has to like kind of pinch down to there. I think that'll work. Made it roll, seems like it should roll. Oh my gosh. Suppose that's kind of how Patty rolls, by rolling. I think I should go take a look at that shovel before I get too far, because I'm going to need to put a lot of this stuff down. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay. So yeah, right there. that means is right here. That should all line up with where the mouth is here. Yeah, so then how high up should that be? So within the mouth, two, three, fourth one maybe? Yeah, 4 is probably a pretty good height for all that. Even Padu didn't know what was going on, apparently. Two. Three, 4. So in this space would be the throat. I mean, it's quite a pinch down from all of this. I don't know how big I want it to be back there. I feel like it's too small. I also feel like it's off center again somehow. Maybe not. All right, let's widen it one more on either side and then one more taller. I think that's going to do what I need. So, 1, 2. 2, right? Okay. I have a shovel now, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay, so that should give me 1 extra on either side, right? Pretty much. Sort of? Question mark? It's not this. Yeah, there we go. Let's see here. Hadonki. Nice. That's cute. Let's see here. Okay. Already a little better that way. So instead of from there, it's going to be here. 2, 3, 4. That's 1 back from this. 2. 3, 4. Yeah, I think that'll be good. And then I'm going to go 1 higher on each side. That's right. That. Okay, I think that's a little better. So basically everything here needs to condense down to there. Everything here needs to come up to that. Anything there needs to come out of that. Yeah, something like that. So then this little center bit here is going to have to change as well. So let's do another block to help manage that center. What do you say? Yeah, why not? Let's make it something fancy, right? It's going to be more of this throat space here, right? So, say that by the time it's here, there we go, that's part of it right there. It'll be the pink and the purple kind of leading up there. Yeah. Cool. This first layer of purple. Plus that one extra there. I actually have a lot of amethyst, so I can do this. I can be a little bit wasteful with it, just to use it to mark things out. Okay, now I need purple blocks to help taper this down. That down. Each of these are these purple kind of tile squares. These guys. I have some stairs. I'm not sure I want them for this. Okay. Oh, nope, can't get it that way. Can I do it this way? Yeah, there we go. So this part right about here needs to connect down there. It's some kind of a straight line. So how many blocks between? Straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Kind of angles in. Plubbity ploo. What? No. So let's get rid of this over here. No seeds. Oh, do it again. These wheat seeds, but I don't think I want to bother planting wheat seeds. You guys hear that zombie? I heard one. Where is he? Is he up here somewhere? No? I heard him. He's not hanging out over here, is he? He shouldn't. There's really no room in there. Let's double check up here. Oh, everything looks good up here. Okay. We are going to need to go ahead and sleep so we don't get more creepy dudes coming in. Okay. So let's see here. Now this is exactly one block above here. So I can use whole blocks on this level. And I can use half blocks, whole blocks to get to there. Whatever half blocks I use can't be this dark purple just because I can't make that sort of color as half blocks. It won't let me make amethyst ones. It's something the kids would say nowadays. Tristical. Time change so stupid. I am like, how is it only 8? Right? It feels later, doesn't it? I'm feeling it right now, actually. Alright, let's get these guys all situated here. Alright. Since I won't be able to do proper, like, half-block stuff for everything, I can at least use some of these stairs as well here. So, let's get this a little bit closer here, like this. Let's get these guys in here, because that's what's going to be right in front of it. Right? Well, I could use the stairs to get it close. See, when I do this, they're already above. Uh oh, somebody's lurking in here. Alright, let's do this. Let's really no way to quite get that to connect, is there? I mean, it sort of does right here. It just really doesn't. Ha. That's what's going on. Need an extra one in here. It has to be able to change direction. It doesn't want to do it. There's going to be a couple of spots like this, maybe. I could change that entirely and say that the ones here in the middle are just like this. That kind of does it. Working with stairs around corners on 45 is just kind of weird anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, the NFTs have to pay taxes on it. Yeah, interesting, because I know that people were hoping like, oh, crypto is the way to go, because then, you know, it's kind of an international internet currency, not tied to a country. Ooh. But it's like, yeah, you still got to interact with real currencies, real fiat money at some point. Just put them like this. It's like as soon as you start exchanging, you're going to run into stuff like that anyways. So. Make it look like these things are right side up. Alright, that's not too terrible, but I need to sprinkle more of this. No! More of this amethyst around here. There we go. See the witch way back there, too. Get her? Got her. Boom! Oh. This power 4 is helpful now. Where did they spawn, though? They didn't spawn right here, did they? Need a light level detector of some sort. Anyway, I need more amethyst sprinkled amongst these. I can't put them on this layer, but that'll have to be okay. Imagine catching a felony over one of those horrible monkey drawings. Jeez. Yeah, no thank you. I'd rather keep my nose clean for now, huh? Alright, so let's do this. Let's pick... I got 7 of these. Let's pick 7 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. I probably need a bunch more of them, is what it comes down to. Let's just go get a bunch more amethyst. Not hard to harvest it here. Literally have a geode cave right now. Let's take the train down and get a few more. The best way to do this is going to be to get these little crystals. Full-grown ones, anyway. Because they're renewable. As long as I am only getting these little crystals and not the center blocks or even these things, then it'll just keep coming back. These are one of the blocks I'm looking forward to playing with more when the 1.18 update drops. Got some wonderful plans for setting up a fun new sort of a cave world kind of thing for that. I'm excited. I really am. As much as I'm enjoying making progress in here, I do want to see, like, what do those extra deep caves look like? How about the... what is it? The skulker blocks and all that? See all that stuff. So, the extended world height and the deeper world height, I should say. And they change to the light levels needed for spawning mobs. Something picking those up? I got a whole bunch. The nice thing is I'm close enough that when I go topside again, these will regrow. Not super duper fast, but relatively quick, actually. As long as I'm just sort of hanging out up here, building on my stuff. It should regrow. Bye. Alright, here we go. So now... it only takes 2 by 2 of them as well, which is crazy. So it's a really good exchange rate on this. Okay, go. How's that? Pretty good. Pretty good. I can't put it on that level. I need to basically put a whole bunch on this level. Almost like it's all purple, I think. It's like there's some of this the amethyst moving in, but then by the time you get up here, it's all amethyst. So let's do that. Let's just make ourselves a little, sort of a dirt, not dirt, but rather amethyst platform, shall we? Yeah, there we go. That'll work. Okay, so that brings that stuff all even. Okay, we're getting there. Now, once that's in place and that's in place, I think that'll be helpful. So one thing I could look at doing is replacing this with these guys, which means I need to swap this out. Get that last one up there. So now these sides should basically be a wall of this pink stuff. So I guess I could just follow this edge around here. Up from there. A bit like that. This one includes that. I think I should do that. Just to seal it off a little better. Okay. So now what that means... this is happening. Yeah, there we go. Getting there. don't have enough purple blocks left, but some of this stuff. Any of the stairs. I think I need to go back to the end. Try to find another end city or something and get some more purple blocks going here. Here's the other thing, is what does this look like from the outside? Pretty good, I guess. Really, the only part that's going to look fleshy is up there, because there's going to be more of this outside stuff. That's okay. Two of these left. Okay. Yeah. So the cheek will sort of come down, but then also so will this purple to help close this in as well. Everything converges together back here. I meant to turn on my recording stuff. Guess I could start recording from here at least. Okay, let's see. We have this guy coming forward. Probably needs to go back one. This can be these. Just cover that up. Go there. There we go. And maybe one more on each side just to further round that out. There we go. Yeah. Okay. I also have more of these light block things to put out too. Did a few over there. I need to put some back here, I guess. Really make sure that things just don't spawn where I don't want them to. Ooh. But I need purple glass to do that, don't I? I put some out here, maybe? There is glass, but where's purple glass? Aha! One of them. That should be enough to work with for oh. There we go. The fact that it's a little hard to get in here is probably going to be a good thing, because less likely that creepers are going to be able to do a thing in here too. Blow stuff up. How about one off on each corner right here? Go. There we are. And back here, once you're in the throat, there should be a couple as well. It should be kind of random, but still. I don't know if you guys can hear it on stream, but there's just this gentle tingle tingle as I walk over this stuff too. Kind of cool. There's also a little temptation to put some of this purple on the sides here a little bit, maybe? Like, by purple, I mean like the amethyst purple. I wonder if that's worth doing. Literally have it come up just a little bit. And Geronimo. Oh, the bed's obstructed. Ah! Of course it is. Oof. There we go. And yeah, it shows up out here, but again, more of this will be kind of around it there, so it might be okay that way. It's together, okay. I guess I'll leave them up there a little bit. Not much, but it's a little bit. So how about the rest of this dirt? Should this dirt be more amethyst, perhaps? I feel like that's probably a given. I don't know how far it should go either. Should stay kind of wide. Again, the center point is like here, right? Something else that I want to do is darken a hall here so that it fades off. In fact, I can show you what I mean back here. In case there's another creeper hanging around. Right here. Oh yeah, I forgot the doors covering part of it. Anyway, I guess I could push it all down by one. But behind the door, we have the marble, diorite, stone, polished black stone, black wool, block of coal, and black concrete. So what I want to do at the back of the throat is basically start with like maybe the black stone, or even just the black wool, and just do boop, boop, boop to get darker at the very back. So I'm going to need a bunch of black wool, a bunch of blocks of coal, and a bunch of concrete, black concrete. And those will be the sides and the roof, maybe even the back of the tongue. From like maybe about here onward would probably be good to start darkening that. I think that would probably be a good idea. So let's see. Do I have black wool? Do have black. Blocks of coal and then black concrete. Blocks of wool. Coal. Now I have coal. I have blocks of coal. Black concrete powder. So now I have at least one of each one. Now the concrete powder is lighter when it's the powder, but it will get much, much darker when wet. And all I'm going to do is just like run water down it to do that. So let's get a little bit of dirt here. Place it in these key spots. That way it's all in line with that sort of cheek thing there. On each one is gonna go slightly darker each. These guys. Assuming I want it to go that quickly. Might actually do it every 2 instead of every. So there's block of wool, second block of wool. I need another concrete, or not concrete, coal block. So what I need here then is so this would be block of coal, and then directly behind that, right here would be black concrete. Now, again, it doesn't look like as much of a gradient because this isn't wet yet. So let's get a bucket of water real quick. How about not a bucket of lava? Do I really not have just a normal bucket? Thought I would have had a bucket. There it is. Cool. So let's get a regular bucket. I have some water up here. See it get darker? There we go. There's the gradient right there in the back of the mouth. Now, for the first couple of layers, I like the idea of having the amethyst as part of it. Then I think at a certain point, I'm just going to swap over to what these blocks are. So maybe for the first 2 it matches, but then starting here, it's the wool going across. Maybe that's what I need to do. So let's try that. Let's get rid of all of these guys right across here. Cool. So now on this layer goes wool. There. Say 2 layers, maybe? Kind of overlaps that way a little bit, perhaps. Okay. Gonna need a bunch more blocks of coal, so let's go ahead and break this coal. Make some more out there too. Let's see here. And there. Now. So for those of you who follow my streams, might be pleased to know that a brand new chapter of Deep Rock Galactic has dropped. It's pretty exciting to me. I am very eager to give it a try and see how well it plays. The idea seems really cool to me, where there's a rival sort of he's terrifying me. Deep Rock Galactic? What? But yeah, the rival, it's called rival incursion, I think is what they're calling it. But basically, it is, there's another set of something. Maybe it's dwarves, maybe it's humans or elves or something like that that are starting to mine the prospect on the planet you're mining. They're going to be mining soon. Let's go put this here just to get back up. Let's keep everything in order. So it's 2 black wool, 2 block of coal. See, I still got more tunneling to do. And 2 of the concrete powder and water on it. So, let's get all this stuff out of here. Free dirt here. It's starting to get dark. But at any rate, it's looking fun. There's new modes to play, effectively. It's like, instead of just defending against bugs now, there's these rival robots to fight. Rival company robots. So I think it's pretty nifty of them to do it that way. I think it's got it. Okay. So let's see. Before I put that on, let's pick this up here. That right there is the last piece of dirt lined up with that side anyways. Again, not the last thing we're going to deal with, just... There we go. So now both sides are even. That. Okay, so what I probably want to do is start making these little W shapes across in whatever material is right there. So on this one, I had the purple in front and behind. And the next row where it touched the next material was the next one. So this one's kind of the same thing. So right here would be the block of coal. Sort of. Get rid of my centerpiece there. So I need a lot more coal. I wonder if I can get some of the item library. Let's make a little room in the inventory and take a trip, shall we? A little bit of furnaces here. Much. Those things in there. Because not only am I going to need some for these sides, it's got to go up the sides and all the way across. And then across the top as well. So I need a lot of this stuff. I may just straight up need to go mining. Put all this stuff away. Another one. Okay. Let's go on a little trip, shall we? Try to find ourselves some coal. Hopefully lots of coal. Alright, Padu, which monkeys are terrifying you? You know what? Actually, we don't need to go all the way, do we? We just need to go right here. Ah, got it. There it goes. I still have the amethyst shard with me. Now, if they don't have a lot of coal over here in the item library, then we're not going to take much. We'll just have to go mine. Probably hear it. Charming's in the background. Borking. Block of coal. Look at that. Black wool I'm going to need more of. So we'll just take some of that right now. It's flint. I think what that means is that there's not likely to be blocks of coal in here, but there might just be regular coal. Oh, there we go. Coal, right over here. Well, that's not a good sign. Nope. Oh, boy. Well, that's some. Give you an idea how much I have of each right here. So we're going to have to... Oh, here we go. Oh, man. I wonder why it was in the overflow then, because this should have absolutely gone in here. Let's try that right there. Let's see how far that's going to take us. Concrete powder, I think that'll be enough. That's even better, but I don't know why there were blocks of coal in here. Shouldn't have been. It's nice that there is such a stack for overflow. That's fantastic. I'm really hoping we get another item library like this on the new server whenever that takes place. By the way, since I'm here, take another look over here at the Dine and Dive. So pleased with how this turned out. Little tables to eat at. Kind of talk. Feeling sassy, you can flip this up at your partner. Ah, I'm just done talking. Little kitchen over here. Brew stuff up. And then when you want to cool off and refresh, just come up to the edge and dive right off. Whoosh. Stay down here for a minute or so if you really want to. And to get back up is super easy. There we go. Look at that. Not too bad, huh? Right up in the middle of the tree. See, Ziffane never did fix his blinker. Oh well. We might have all the materials I need now to make that back of the throat there, too. Let's see how that goes. Creeper. Or not creeper, I hear, Hey, Ziffane, how you doing? I hear Big Cryboy out there. gassed. By the way, Ziffane, I made a goof over here. You know how our lovely little train stations typically have this nice run up with the button right next to it and everything's in a straight line? I had to scoot this over to place these here and turn them. What I found is that as each one goes around the corner, it pushes the button and lets them all go. So, for all the rework I've done on this little station, I'm going to have to come back off stream and push it one block over again, just so that they're not rounding the corner right next to the pressure plate. Yeah, now this little station is just out of carts. And it'll do the same thing over here too, absolutely. Yeah, just like that. Oh. But yeah. Spotted Tigress is following me. My goodness. What does a spotted tigress look like? It sounds amazing. I wonder what their primary color might be. Alright. Ziffane says, the single one, though, has one too many powered rails. What? Which one? Here? Oh, no, there you go. You can talk. Padu fixed that. Thank you for helping to mod that. Oh, I see. It has one too many here. Yeah. Okay, so this can come forward, and that rail can just go away, and this whole thing slides into its place. Yeah, fair point. No, it didn't lie. Or you didn't lie. It lied, whatever. Padu has magical powers in my chat. But at least put one back up there. Yeah, there we go. Well, how you doing, Tiggy? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to my Minecraft area here. I have my wall of gradients. Goes all the way from quartz right behind this door down here. Let's see, we got diorite, stone, polished black stone, black wool, block of coal, and black concrete. Get it progressively darker. So you have this neat gradient going on here. And I keep this up as a reference because I'm going to be using some of it outside too. Tons of dripstone. There's a sheep stuck back here. In fact, some of it is grown together like this. That's cool. I'll start harvesting that stuff soon. There's no creepers hanging around. No creepers like before. Down here, this is probably the first time you've seen it. Been busy working on stuff. Last time I did a big stream like this, Riley and Padu came and helped. I gotta come way out here and show you what it looks like coming up over the ridge. This is, well, it's kind of exciting to me. Let's go down here, right? Yay. Turn like, oh, let's go to Swift's base. All right, cool. Why not? He's got a neat looking cave. Let's come up over the ridge here. Huzzah! Look at that. I see you, creeper. Look at that. This has been a fun project to plan out and work on. Rawr, indeed. Where's that creeper? I want to take his head off. I don't want to risk him following me back. Boom, 2 shots. All right, there we go. Yeah, look at this. It's going to be a full dragon head pretty soon here, too. We've got a little spike on the nose. There's going to be some eyes and some big old horns. Part of what I'm working on tonight is the back of the mouth. So let's see what we can do back here. So part of what I've been doing is this little fade where mostly pink, then a little more purple, then it's all purple, and then this quick transition over here to the different colors of these materials, which I've got the block of wool and the block of concrete, or coal, excuse me, and then last is the black concrete powder, which the powder turned black into black concrete is much darker than just the powder. That's the powder, this is the concrete, so you kind of see a difference there. Also, the concrete powder is a gravity block. It will fall. But a wetted concrete will not. So, what I need to do on here is come along with the coal. Go, kind of like that. Middle. So already there's a little bit of a transition here. It's pretty quick from the purple to the black, so I may look into something else between here. Maybe purple concrete is a thing. Maybe it's a little darker without being super duper dark, and it'll be a good transition block. And then I could go in and just replace these with that. It'd be a good transition. But what I wanted, it's kind of like that, I think. Sort of. Oh yeah. Yeah. There we go. Go across here. Just deepen that a little bit. There we go. Now keep in mind, what I'm doing on the floor, I'm going to replicate up the sides and then across the top as well. So, one, I need a lot of materials here, but two, it'll help sell the illusion that this is a much deeper throat than it is, because the light just like fades off quickly due to all this the dark stones back here. So next bit is this concrete powder, but to do the powder I have to make sure I can suspend it. So let's put a layer of dirt or something underneath here. Where did I put my dirt? Is it down here? Yes, it is. Let's just go up here. The more I work on this, the more tricky it is just to get around. So effectively, everything in the back here, I guess I should fill in this whole floor space. And then a lot of what's back here is going to be this black concrete. Again, it's not going to stay the powder. Need to make sure I'm still lined up on my center point here and keeping everything center. Okay, cool. There, and we'll get rid of this too. So is that going to be, let's see. So basically in line with this, going back 1, 2, 3, 4. So in line with this, going 1, 2, 3, 4. So I need to get rid of all these right here. Down on this line. Just like that. Cool. And now to turn all this concrete powder into concrete, you just get it wet. And just like that, you can see how darker this is than the powder. There's a difference there. And the nice thing is with concrete, you can put the powder down first and then just wet it. And if you're going to go like up and over, you could just, you know, put it down and harvest it as a block of concrete. This is coming along good so far. So let's do a little stacking here. You're wondering whereabouts in the dragon I am right now. Sort of where the tonsils would be, I guess. Cool. All right. See the quick drop off of light there? That's good. So now I just need to go up a couple more levels. I'm going to take it up to that level, I think, and then come across just above that. So, a little bit of scaffolding. One, two, 2, and then 2. Cool. Do. All right, now a little bit of water to finish off these guys. There we go. Now, if I stand right here, there should be a nice gradient from left to right, getting kind of darker. It's a fairly quick drop off, but there's only so much you can do in Minecraft. And even down here, I wonder. Any way to make concrete yet? Yeah, pretty neat, huh? Let's make sure there's nobody back here. It's about to be dark again. So just drip. All right, that's going pretty good. Though I think what I need to do, contemplating taking out this and putting another block of coal, pushing back the concrete, and then having it kind of come in on the sides here. I think that might actually be a better idea. So I can put another row of concrete there and here. Once it's hardened concrete, you can indeed break it. It's not that. Yeah. It's just like any normal stone block. Can't get back in that way, huh? I gotta go all the way around the end. It's a big dragon when you gotta run all the way around its jaw like this. Just to get back in. I do think I like this idea here. So, of coal. Maybe? Is that the next one here? 5. Yeah, okay, because I matched it to this. That's right. Oop, knew that was going to hurt, but that's okay. Cool. 2, 3. We'll have to open this up above here just a little bit anyways, just to get all the way across. Hey, look, there's copper in the ceiling. We'll grab it. Let's also fill that in, because above here, I do not want things spawning. Okay. That'll be fine. Okay, so now, concrete powder. Yeah, gravity block. I will be one short on this side here. Well, actually, no, I won't. I have a whole nother stack. I spoke too soon. Go. Take this water here, and we're just going to run it down the side. Go. As well. Alrighty, cool. It's going to make it hard to get back into my little cave here in a minute, but that's okay, I guess. Part of the process. I can still sort of come in around behind that way anyways. It's not a big deal. Ah! Yeah, now we're getting there. Now, something to point out for those of y'all who weren't here earlier. This to there will be connected in pink. Same here to there. So that, and then this will all be filled in. So that'll be like the inside corner of the cheek. And then the purple here is going to follow the edge of that, come down the roof of the mouth and the top of the back of the throat. And then it's going to be this black, you know, the gray to darker and darker black all the way back to there. Now, what I really want to do is have you come in far enough and then go behind a black wall. Like there'll be a black wall freestanding here that you can't really see around. So it may even be like up here or something like that. Let me use some, use this just to help highlight what I'm talking about. So this right here, right? I can clearly see it from this side, but if it were black, it would blend in. And what I would do is I'd come down here and I'd run around the side and haha, now I'm in the cave and can go up. But it looks like I've, you know, just kind of, but from out here, it looked like the whole cave just keeps going. So this will have to be black concrete as well. Yeah, blind spot, a very purposeful blind spot. In fact, I may as well mark that out right now. Let's see, where's the center line of that? Is it this one? Yeah, right along here. Right now, I'm handling it by keeping it daytime. I'm going to have to figure out what to do about light. I will probably put some lights in the ceiling. I don't really see much way of getting around that. Additionally, I could use some black carpet, which would blend in well with the black wool. And have lights under there, so that way, you know, at least for this strip right here, that works well. I could potentially push that strip back one more so I have a little bit more room there. A serious question, though. Uh-oh. Serious questions, gonna get serious answers. You know this. Some water here. Now you'll actually see the blind spot in action. Or perhaps you won't see. Ha ha ha. See? But I can easily, throw something behind it. Disappears in there. See? Not too bad, huh? And I may make this blind spot a little taller. In fact, I probably will make it taller. Because I want to make sure that, when the illusion is that it's just a gaping black hole. Will there be a uvula? You know what? There wasn't going to be, but there might. I guess it would be like right about here. Right in this area, wouldn't it? So I could have a little... I could have a light source be the uvula. That's entirely possible. I would probably just use a glow shroom, maybe? Just right there or something. Just to hang down. That would provide some light. That's silly. That is so silly. Alright, well now to get out, I have to go around here. To get into here. Because I haven't made the path from down there up here yet. And I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. I guess all I really need to do is replace some of this stuff with black, some of this, and have this blind wall come up further. And I could leave most of this way it is and just make right here a little stairwell that goes up or something. Kind of like this. Then by the time you're here, you're already hidden, but you can get up and inside. That'd work. So from the back, you would never really see the mouth. You just see the back of the black concrete. But as soon as you come out and around like this, like what I want this to be filled with is just the black, the purple, and the pink here, and then just the open maw. I think that'll be a very, very good look, honestly. In the meantime, I'm trying to work on selling this image. Just a couple of torches out here. Just something, Okay. I feel I will probably need more black concrete powder because I'm going to have to, like, cover across here. So I need to find out how to make more. Not only that, I'm going to need more black wool and blocks of coal. Oh, actually, the blocks of coal are probably the least of my worries right now. In case anybody's wondering, I've got the replay mod turned on. That's why there's a red dot in the upper left with the word recording on there. I've wanted to record the progress of building this thing for a while. I'd say it's going well. There we go. That's for that part of the stripe. Kind of getting there. As far as the black wool goes, I might have enough. Get out here and sleep. Maybe I should move all this stuff inside now. I don't think I need it to be out here anymore. Come back for that in a minute. All the way out here. Zoom, baby. Zoom. Yeah, it's already getting better, isn't it? Now, I can have my little stairwell and actually use this space up in here again as sort of intended, you know? I do have to be careful of hitting that little button. I don't... Well, that's one way to do it. Hey, Ziffane has joined. Ziffane's in the game. Anyway, that sets off the mine carts that go down into the mine. So. Don't really want to accidentally hit it. Ha! Uh-oh. Zifane says gonna smack you, Riley, breaking my system. I wonder what he broke. All right. I need to take just a real quick hydration break. I will be just a moment. Alrighty, I'm back. Ziffane's a little upset about the about the item sorter. I think we're all kind of abusing the system at this point. Alright, I need to put all of these little blocks. It is. What is? Chest for grass blocks. Yeah. Whoops. Sorry, Ziffane. We're certainly not trying to break your system. Just aren't taking enough time and care to, you know, put everything back the way it should be, so. That's really what it kind of comes down to. It's the other dragon. Oh, nice. Okay, well, there we go. All right, let's get the wool blocks across the top next. So if this does what the way I think I want it to go, it should go along here pretty well. No pandas were blamed during this stream. That's right. I contributed nothing. Right, you're like, wait a minute. That even? That is even. Boop. Okay. Good one here. There we go. Okay. get far enough in here. It's kind of a steadily darkening cave. Alright, now for the black concrete part, I know for sure I do not have enough. So I need to see how to make more. So let's do a quick little thing here. I'm gonna bring up a screen while you guys are looking at this. Minecraft, black concrete powder, black concrete recipe. That's really what I need. I know it's simple and people are probably going to yell at me like, how do you not know? All right, so in a 3x3, it fills every spot. And there's a piece of black dye in the corner. There's 4 sand and 4 gravel. And that makes 8 blocks of concrete powder. So I'm going to save myself a little screenshot of this. That way I don't have to have a whole web page up. I can just have this one little image on the side. So now, what I need to look for, there's 2.5 overflow chests full. Yep. Take a little time off and you all, Alright. While Ziffane is trying to figure out if he still likes us or hates us for messing up the system, I'm going to see if I can gather some sand and some gravel. Put the bed here. Too far away? Only a 9. Okay, well, that's fine. So, gravel, I might have a whole bunch of. Without really, like, a little bit of gravel here. How about down here? There's some more gravel. Andesite. I kind of wish you could put, like, cobblestone into a pulverizer or something and turn it into gravel, you know? I think that's a system that Minecraft really could, you know, reasonably have without cheating. Because gravel is just sort of ground up rock, right? And it would make gravel a less fiercely rare material. I don't think there's a renewable way to get gravel, is there? I don't think there is. So the other thing I need to get is sand. I'm gonna have to put this new shovel to good use, and I gotta find a place that has lots and lots of sand. Now, I think if I go out to the jungle, where Enob has her little jungle base, then I think I can get a bunch from the rivers out there. So let's put away some of the materials I have so that I'm a little less, you know, likely to lose everything if something happens. You know how it goes. Carry everything with you, and that's when a creeper will blow you up. So I have 10 black concrete just by themselves. Let's put a couple of these up just to start this process, shall we? Maybe I'll start with increasing the height of the blind spot wall. Oops. I don't know if I had room to jump. Okay. So, what I should do then. Sort of come around this thing, shouldn't I? Yeah, because it'll all be the dark back of the throat here. Oops. Can't go that close, can I? Well, could put it here, I think. Can I? Yes, I just can't put it there. So that'll be okay. So I could do like that. Let's see if I can water this without losing anything. Very quick like that, right? Yeah. Perfect. So now from out here, oh, look, there's a creeper right there, just right there. Come on, there you go, die. I need more lights within the tongue area here, don't I? Probably. So that does help hide back the area back there a little better. But it does still highlight how much more resources I need. Block of coal. Okay, let's make a very quick barrel to throw stuff in here. All this stuff that I don't want to lose. Take some potatoes. Ta-da! Okay, now let's head off to here. See if we can find a good spot to get some sand. Excuse me. You know, this keeps happening. I keep finding these guys in Renard's little pathway to the whatever you call it here. I don't exactly know why. There's something back here that's letting them spawn, of course, so. Are they spawning on the honey blocks? Is that what's doing it? Because I noticed there's buttons on most of them, but then there's a few here that just do not have buttons on them. That might be part of what's going on. Guardian Farm. Wait, that's way out in the ocean. There's probably lots of sand around there. Ah, look at that sand just right here, sort of. Yeah, there we go. Lots of sand. Oh, this is great. Sort of. There we go. I have a feeling other people have been doing likewise. That's why it's mostly sandstone. Look at the turtles. Little turtles out here. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Wow. Oh, cool. I'll leave you alone, Mr. Turtle. I'm not after you and your shells and your eggs right now. That may be a later thing. Oh yeah, getting plenty of sand here now. Okay. You get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. That's fine. Okay, it's probably a lot more sand than I'm going to need with the black concrete powder, but considering how infrequently I get sand, I think it's probably a good idea to stock up. Not only that, I can take some to the item library. I'm sure Ziffane would love to have some of this added to the library. In the, appropriate drawer, of course. Let's see. Getting there. Almost a full inventory. Don't let this get you dizzy, folks. It might get me dizzy. Oh my gracious. Yeah, that's right. At least one of us does, right? I am going to put little red holes of sand around here. Ah! Oh! Alright, almost there. Man, my fancy shovel's all the way down to half. I think I need to add mending to it so that I can just, run over to one of the farms and fix that. In fact, I know where to get a mending book. Alright, we'll do just a little bit more and then we'll head on out. Though I have an overabundance of sand, I'm hoping I have enough gravel. I don't really know. Whoosh. Moving right along. Footloose and fancy free. Moving right along. Okay. So now we're back here. So I need to go over here. Let's see what happens if I back in. Face the wrong way. Ending. Back in this time. Aha! It's still backwards, but whatever. Works at least. Let's see. There's a few ladders in the Climby Boys chest. I think that's the way it should be, right? Oh. Aha! Riley was looking for some. Okay. Watching both your streams. Aha! Ooh, it's dark out here. Okay, let's see. Find sandbox. Brain demands you do 3 things at once. Well, you know what? That is fine. Ooh, gravel. I'm gonna take one of these. We have a box of TNT. How about that? Where is the sand? Where is the sand? Way over here, maybe? Yeah, there it is. Okay. I'm not going to put all of it in there, but I'm going to put most of this in here. Doubt I'm going to need more than that. Cool. What else we got here? Oh, wow. Good job, Ziffane. You've already gotten all the stuff out of the overflow chest. That's fantastic. Well done. Alright, let's put shovel and mending book. Do that. Ooh. You got him? Yeah, you got him. Nice. Whoosh. Okay. Now, oh my word, are you kidding me with this? That is super creepy. See these little fingers coming through here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Go. Nobody wants to see that. Good gracious. I'll worry about fixing up my shovel later, I think. I gotta go to the end portal for that anyway. Spend a little time there. Whoa. Wait, do I have anything in here useful? I can make a uvula out of copper blocks, I guess. That's pretty amusing. Black wool. Let's see. Leave some room for Solus to finish his build and Padunk to do hers. Yes, there's only 2 villages. 2 missing in the village now. Yeah, you're right. I really need to make a daylight sensor to put in here too. Okay. Oh, you know what? Oh, did forget something. Black dye. I've only got 2 of them here. Yeah. I probably should have done that way out in the ocean because there was squids and whatever around there. Okay. Well, guess we're detouring one more time. All right. So I need at least a few of the black dye. It's empty. Great. Okay. Well, off we go. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Ba, da, da, da. Da, 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 da. We'll ride this cart back to Ziffane's portal on the way back. Yeah, as much as I want to kind of shortcut this, I think what I will do is head out to the Guardian Farm one more time, get some ink, go to the end portal, mend the shovel, and then, you know, when you leave the end, you go back to your sleepy bed, so that'll put me back in my base. Which means I can't ride the cart back to Ziffane's. I'll just put one in there. Yeah, just put one in there later. Okay. Now, aside from turtles, I saw at least 1 squid out here. So, pretty sure I did. Those squids. Oh, there's a drown. That's not good. I don't wish to drown either. There we go. There. Can I get him from here? I can get the arrow to like drop on him. It will. Close, but not quite. Ironically enough, I think squids spawn more frequently in rivers than they do in the ocean. Look at all this. There's just nothing. Nothing at all. Up here. Maybe they don't spawn within water in sand biomes either. That's the real key here. I mean, look at this. There's no squids. Just a bunny rabbit. Oh, got him. First try. There we go. That's a first shot. Oh. Getting away. Not very far, though. Yeah, but I'm getting distracted here. See something else worth being distracted by, though. So let's take care of that real quick. I see a little desert setup over here. And a bunch of acacia trees. Oh, look at these guys. Buttons. I can use these to fix Renard's little portal thing. Shouldn't need very many, but I'm just gonna take a layer here. Yeah, we'll leave one. Just to be nice, right? There we go. These guys trade anything? Come here, bucko. There you go. Nope. I can make them hide, though. Sort of. There they go. They can't all fit, so they're just going to cram the door. Dirt or terracotta. Squid in these shallow rivers here. Yeah, this has silk touch. Do, do, do. So it's getting low. Don't want to spend too much time out here, especially after it gets dark. Yep. So my 2 pieces of black dye, or rather the squid ink I'm going to use to get the black dye, are only going to get me 16 pieces of black concrete, which isn't very much. So, there's a light over there. A lava pit. Spiders are coming out. Do 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 do. Oh, zombie. Oh my word, a skeleton riding a spider. That's creepy. That's a skeleton that can climb walls. That I am not okay with. Alright, bucko. Get away. No. Get away. It's right over here where the portal is, right? I think so. There's an Enderman that I will not be looking at. There it is, right over there. Let's see. My favorite is baby zombie or baby zombie pigman riding chickens. There's a squid right there. Needs it. Hiya! Hiya! Get any... Oh, hey, it's a dolphin. Wait, did he get the black ink from me? No. Come here, you. No, he didn't. Okay. Did I get any? Yes, I did. I got a couple, I think. Yeah, this is where I was earlier because I cleared out the beach of, well, beach. With 5 pieces of ink sac stuff, I think that'll be pretty good. Let's see if I can get one more right here. There we go. Kill him? I think so. 8. Okay, so I got a couple more out of that. That's not too bad. 3 more out of that. For good measure. $10. Alright, cool. I'll live with that. Here we go. Chase Berry. Oh my gosh. Did I just throw my sword? I think I did. Where'd it go? There it is. Okay. Padu's gonna chase Barry. Where are you gonna chase Barry to? Cake Town. Sounds about right. All right, folks. It's gonna get really loud. Got a minute or so before it does, but it's gonna get pretty loud in here. And I know that everybody here knows why. It's all because of my great Enderman farm here. Yeah. already going to be falling to the bottom by the time I get up here. Look at that. Oh, they're already crowding out. Making ender pearls and everything. Alright guys, it's going to get loud. Fixed it up. There we go. It's all fixed up now. And I have so many ender pearls. In fact, I probably have more than I really need. Leave these here for the next person who comes along. Okay, keeping head down, making a beeline for that fountain. Just like that, we're home. All right. Start right there. Okay, now, in order to get these on the roof up here, I have to turn them into solid blocks first. So, go out here. What the? Huh, weird. Okay. When I glance over at the stream, it looks like I'm harvesting the nothing. There's nothing there to see. Really? Graphical glitch. All right. Okay. Now you need one, which I can just do that. So right now I have 32 of them, which should be good to get us started. I don't know if it's enough to finish it off, but we'll find out shortly. First, just going to go right across here. funny is this little gap kind of disappears into it as well. Right about where the uvula is going to go, maybe. We'll see. Let's see how that works. Anyway, so now what needs to go in is what's right behind that level. Stairs, huh? Stairs. Let's get that in here. Two. Okay, getting there. See how it's all kind of folding in? Looking like a deeper, darker cave, especially on stream. Like in game, I can still see some of the textures, but in the stream preview window, nah, it's all just dark and darker. All right, so I have 14 of these left, which means I should be able to go up. And then I still have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 needed for here. So 2, 3, and 4. So now there's just 2 kind of in the middle there. Too shabby, huh? So I need to make that back wall. How many pieces do I need to do that? If I make one batch of concrete, that gets me 8 pieces. So I'll have 1, 2, 3. I need effectively enough to go around here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like exactly 8. How about that? Okay. Let's see what happens. This. Okay. Everything I have will drop. Let's do this. Oh no. Cart. I gotta get it. Okay. Almost there. Just a tiny little hole left. So I'm gonna need enough to put along there. Because when I walk up this, I have enough head clearance to come all the way back here before I had to like bonk my head, you know. I kind of don't want to block these on the top. I want it like to the left of them or something. You know? 1, 2, 3. Kind of like that. That way, when you hop off of this thing, you can still go around it, you know? I think that closes it all off anyways. Those 2 little holes right there, yeah, it's all closed off. Yeah. Get way out here and see how this looks. Yeah, how about that? Maybe a little squarer than I would have liked to begin with, but I think that's okay for the game. Honestly, it's real hard to get rounded edges. I mean, what do I do with the teeth? Purple blocks. I'm gonna have to go back to the end and somehow find a way to raid an end city somewhere without elytra. Now, Patty mentioned a uvula. I'd say that would go right about here. The problem is that it's a 2x2 sort of thing going on here, but I don't want to deal with 2x2. Hold there. Guess it'll just be a one thing hanging down. I don't want something that big necessarily. Maybe. Let's see how much shroom light I've got, because I think a shroom light would work really nicely for this. Let's do one more of these, because I do need a few more pieces of black. Great. 2, but I need a little more than that. Last bits I need are going to be back here for this. Yeah, I think that's all of it there. Back here, I guess I could leave those parts as is. Like, they are hidden. Really can't see it until you're like way up here. Can't peek any of it from ahead, so that'll work. That's fine. Leave all this in here. More of a visual representation of basically saying, "Oh, I'm here." All right, shroom lights. There's a shroom light, glowstone, redstone, glowstone dust. Could make a redstone lamp. Just have them on. But, yeah. I have silk touch? I don't. This does, but that won't do it. Okay. So I gotta be careful. Let's do this. I'm gonna try the shroom lights before I try too many other things. So let's go ahead and put a couple things back. I have another box for sand that I want to put it in. That'll work. Just to make finding this stuff a little bit easier later. Remember that? I could use this. I don't know how goofy this is going to look, but, you know. Oh, you know what's going to happen is this is going to oxidize. It's going to look really weird as green back there. Maybe it should be out here? And it shouldn't be copper, that's for sure. Again, that's going to oxidize. I want that. So maybe shroom light, and maybe up here where it's going to be the back of the purple stuff there. So yeah, let's get some shroom light. Let's just do that. Making that call right now. I need to go back to the nether. Actually, I should find some over near Barry's place. Barry and damn sparks. All right. Hear the piggy piggies out there. Oh, look at them. They really want a piece of me. Despite wearing gold. Oh, they don't care about gold, do they? These guys don't care about gold. Wow, they take so many hits. Oh, wow, they hit me through there. How'd they do that? There we go, that's better. Wow, okay, well, that's what's going to greet me out there. I'm not so excited. So anyway, out here should be some of those lights. Need to find one of those little green mushrooms as well. There it is. Let's get the ham. Ah, here he comes. Got all the way over here, didn't he? See, unfortunately, I had the ham in here instead of the little shroom, so I didn't get to place the warped fungus in time to block him. There's gold in the ceiling up there. There's a shroom light right there. I think there's one over there. Go up just a little bit. Things out of here. What I'm gonna do. There. I'm already high enough that they can't get to me. One. So let's put a couple of these like right here. Let's keep another one on hand just in case. So I've got one. Bone. What's that? Block of quartz. Oh, I know why that's here. Oh, I'm sorry. There. Yeah. That is to mark the way to Barry's little fortress area they're building. We are not going to mine out all of these. I just need a few. How many is that? That's 5 plus the one I have is 6. Yeah, that'll be plenty. Just to make it that much harder for things to pop in unannounced. Especially since Barry's not here to finish up this part of the portal and all that. walking around up there as casual as can be. Okay. Do. Y'all still having fun out there? Enjoying this whole thing come together? I got one of these now. Guess I'll put that in here for now. I got 2 of them. Food thing in here. Okay. So now I have... I have to make it daytime is what I have to do. All right. Oh dear. Do I really want it to look like that? Still another piece of copper down here. Oh my gosh. Now, red stem stuff is really just there to hold it, though it's kind of funny that it's gonna look like that. Oh boy, oh boy. Guess I could add that in the back, maybe. There you go. That. There we go. Now, to be clear, the veiny part is going to be covered with this purple, so don't think I'm trying to leave this gross-looking veiny uvula hanging here. That was really just so I know where I'm putting the warped, or the glow stem stuff here. There we go, and that'll provide some light back here. Technically, I can take away a couple of these. Maybe all 3? I don't know. Let's see. F3. Light on block. 12, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, there's... There we go. 10, 11, 12, 12, 11, 10, 10, 9, 8... 8, 7, 6. They will spawn there. So what I need to do then is move this back 1 at least. So let's do that. Okay. Not that far back, but just right here. Do I have any more dirt that I can put now? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Go right there and right there. So, right here is where the warp stone will go. Let's put the light here. There we are. So it's a little further back in the throat now. Let's check the light levels here. 8, 7, 7. So it's 7. But do things spawn on 7 or do things spawn on less than 7? I don't remember which way that works. Light level 6. Man. Put this right at the 2 edges here or something, maybe. Diamonds? What do you mean diamonds? No. Do mobs spawn when it's light level 6 or light level 7? Yeah, light, exactly. It's back 1. Well, actually, that may be far enough back. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Because if I hit F3 and you look kind of the middle left, it'll say client light, sky, and then block. These are on 7. That says 9, 7, 9. So really right now, it says 8. So on the left middle, it says client light, 5 for sky, 10 for block. That means there's 10 getting to it. 9, 8, 10, 9, 7, 8, 8, 7 or lower. Okay, so that means that right here something really can spawn. Well, I could try moving this back one more time. Which is really funny because I had a spot picked out way back here in the back. I didn't think I was going to have to do that, but maybe I'll just skip to it then. Why not? All right. In fact, let's do exactly that. Let's just put this here and that here. How much light is on this? Yeah, that's plenty right there. Okay, well, guess it's got to be in the way back anyways. Stuff is so weird, it creaks. There we go. Now there's a uvula way back here. Okay, so let's put this stuff back, shall we? All just the black wool, I guess. Yeah. Now, what that means is that out here, I need to have enough. 11, there's 12, 11, 10, 8, 7 right here. So, let's do this. This one. This one. Actually, can I just split this up evenly, maybe? Let's do all 4 of these, why not? Okay. So what I need to do now is take a couple of these and make some carpet. Go. And additional to that, oh, here we go, yep. Lanterns. Oh, sea lanterns. Okay, so now what I should be able to do is that, and that. Now there is considerably more light back here. That, and that. There we go. I've still got 2 carpets I can work with. Yeah. So I still need to bring the purple down, and I need to bring the pink around as well. So let's see. Do we have more purple in the item library? That will be a question. I can add what I have to it. Cool. So maybe a trip to the end city might not be a bad idea. Yeah, I have a little bit of black wool left over from this project. Okay. So I now have some acacia wood, by the way. What I caught out in the desert. Oops. Copper block up there. Take these buttons. Let's go get some purple blocks. We'll double check the item library, but I have a feeling there's not going to be a lot in there. So it may be a trip to the end city. And I think I do know how to get in there without too much trouble. There we go. Just running along. Me and my potato. Item library. Oh, jeez. Sleeping through the night. That's handy. All right, let's see. So, purple. That's over here. Lots of ender pearls. Purple blocks. Oh. Nope. There's like nothing. Cut in stone. Alrighty. Let's see. He says, got a few stacks. Threw me a baked potato. I'm going to take all of them for now and return what I don't use. Since I don't have any kind of purple block farm to get more, this way I can finish out this part of the project, but I'm returning what I have again because I don't have a farm, so that way other people can have some too. I'm not just leaving it on 0. Go. Boink. Oh, there's my potato that I threw earlier. Do 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 do. Bum bum ba da dum. So, what do y'all think so far of what we've been working on tonight? Or just in general, you know. I'm pretty happy with how the progress is coming along. But, curious what y'all think too. Okay, so I've got some scaffolding here. I'll probably replace these torches with some other slightly more permanent looking lights. I'm liking it. It's interesting seeing how you work through things. So thank you. Yeah, and admittedly, I do kind of jump around a bit. I feel so scattered in Minecraft sometimes. Well, you've watched me be scattered in here. I mean, I've been doing that all evening. All right. Anyway, from here, let's get this up to that level and then figure out how we're going to get that angle for the rest of it. Let's do a little of that, shall we? Do 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 do. So that gets it to here. Now, how do I bring that level down to this level? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks in which to travel. And I've got 1, 2, 4 to go. Sounds like it needs to be every 2 and then another level, and then 2 and then another level, and 2 and then another level. So these guys would be the last 2. So everything else needs to be on this level. And then it's those 2, so then it's this level here. And then those 2, so this level here. That seemingly does it. That, yeah. That kind of does it, doesn't it? Let's get over here. Let me take a look. Yeah, look at that. All right. I can work with that on them both sides, I think. Now, some of this cheek will be covered on the outside, but for the inside, I want it to look corner tapered sort of thing. All right, so over here. All of them are going to be that level. That's fine. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that again. Okay, so the last 2 stay what they are, and then the rest are this height. I feel I've goofed up just a little bit already somehow. All right, well, anyway, this is here for 2, right? That way it's 3 across here. I almost feel like it's not the same shape. It doesn't go any higher there, does it? Okay, well, that's right, yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Just checking myself left to right here. No, one more on the left needs to be up there, but that's not too bad. And then this guy needs to be down. Oops, needs to be down 1. So that. And one more here, apparently. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are this height. Is that really it? Oh, I don't think I have this on that other side. Do I? I don't think I do. I think that's what's doing it. 1, 2, and then this and this. Ah. Yeah, I think that's it. Something like that. Let's see how they look on the inside. Yeah, I think that looks good. Potatoes. All right. Let's see it from the outside too. Yeah, it's definitely got its big angle there. And I think more of this purple out here might even help. Kind of like this one, just kind of make a big corner out of it or something, perhaps. That's what I wanted to leave. like all of this would be purple. The purple block, you know? Oh, yeah. Room. Oh. Alright, fine. You come out. Yeah! Oh, I didn't quite make it. Alright, fine. All the way around again. That's what I do. Ooh, by the way, there were one. The only one in here right now. Let's just get all these guys in here. Okay. Oh, yeah. Right here. So that way from the inside, it kind of has that deeper purple kind of working its way up. Inside of the cheek, maybe. We'll see what it looks like in here. This whole thing is organic. I mean, it's an organic critter and... you know, it's an organic build. I think that may be one too high. Let's do that instead. Yeah, I can kind of like that. So it'll be 3 across and then 2 across. Listen to this. Like that on both sides. There we go. Cool. Let's go ahead and sleep because it is getting late in the game. And in real life too. It's almost it's like 11:15. Feels later thanks to the time change. Anybody else thrown off by that? Hopefully not thrown off too bad anyway. So I gotta put a light in this corner. I do not want things to spawn. Last thing I need is a creeper in here to just come around a corner and go kaboom. You know he would do that too. You know it. Kind of see the uvula from behind here. Alright, so now I need to harvest a whole bunch of amethyst. Should be easy enough to do again. To sort of fill in the roof following just above each of these contour lines here. Because then the last one will be right above this and it'll all match. That will bring the roof of the mouth down at the same slope that the cheek is. The corners of the cheeks are. So, I've got 33. Right here. Not a lot there. I've got a few here I can make some out of. That'll help. But I need a lot more than that. So, let's just go down to the basement. There we go. Now let's get some more. Of course, sent the last cart down. Excuse me, I need some water. By the way, all of the bits that I was harvesting earlier from these. Why are you up here? Wait a minute. There's a llama down here. No, 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 no. You go away. Why was there a llama down here? Man, he must have been wandering around, stepping on all the pressure plates, sending my carts everywhere over and over. Ow. No wonder I know carts around here. Goofy llama just sending them around. I don't know how much y'all can hear the tingle every time I harvest this. It's very subtle, even on my end. Calcite. It's a pretty sound. Whoops. Oh, I'm glad you hear it. Yeah, it's so pretty. Love it. Doo-doo. All right. Guess what I should do is this, and then it takes up even less room in my inventory. It takes all that just to get one full stack, so it does take a little bit to get enough material. It's not an instant process. Having fortune on here, I think, is increasing how many of these I get. Does help, of course. All I can reach from here. So let's start picking up what has fallen. The nice thing is on our server, we got a little setting that clumps things together. So if several things fall in the same area next to each other, then they all sort of clump together. Which can be very handy, so you don't have all these individual entities just floating around, like around each other. They clump together and makes fewer little entities floating around that the computer has to keep up with. That's why when I drop a thing, if you notice it kind of disappears, sometimes it's because it's gathered with another one. Do 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 do. Yeah, it's a handy little server setting. You see how those kind of disappeared there? They grouped together and fell down, I think. So, yeah. They didn't just stay up here. It works well that way, I think. What? I'm just gonna get these guys off and fall. No, it's funny. When I found that llama down here, it does make a little bit of sense. I found a wandering trader in my cave not long ago. And I took care of him, and he had one llama with him. I'm guessing the other llama wandered down here. And has been sending my mine carts off this whole time, too. Cheeky little punk. Two up there and 3. Oh, what the? Why did it bump back out? What did it run into up there? Find out. Did the other cart just like sit on the edge or something and not go all the way in? I think I could see that happening. Good now. Oh, it's geez, sending it again. Maybe it's this whole curved track thing again. Well, at any rate, with building all this stuff up, I may rebuild this entrance to the geode railroad anyways. Maybe having a curved track right here is what's causing it. No, it doesn't hit it. Now I'm out of minecarts up here, but whatever. Okay, we'll start with this. Just shy of 3 stacks. Just shy of 3 stacks. There we go. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, it is nighttime. Alrighty. So. Let's get up here. They're still scaffold from before. Okay. So the way this needs to work is that these need to be just above each level that they're part of. So like this. Something like that, I guess. We'll see how it works out. At least up here. Should be able to follow this little pattern across here. I'm hoping that the replay mod does a good job of playing all this stuff back too. I'm really hoping to compile together a nice collection of like all the, or at least a bunch of the shots used to put this whole head together. So here it should already be the next one down. Yeah, okay. I guess. make a huge amount of sense, though. This. It does work, kinda. I think the angle is a little different than what was underneath the roof of the mouth before. That's gonna definitely cause differences here. Close that gap though. Like it's just gonna come straight down. It's just weird. That right? Yeah. I think I like that. Well, we'll see what it does here. Let's see how this looks. Oh, geez. Oh, well, you know what? Flat of the mouth, and then it kind of tapers down for the throat. That's not too bad. Because it's not going to be that sharp for those next couple layers. So I think that'll work okay. I am tempted to push it back a little bit. Just knock out that one front bit there. Oh, I can. Works. Remember, that doesn't look right. That one's got to go. Okay, so that's out. Then there has to be a pink one behind it, I guess. Yeah, okay. That's what was throwing me off before, I think. Kinda. Oh, that's, yeah. Because I have two here, and I have one there. Oh, geez. Sides left and right don't match. That's not good. Yeah, it's no good at all. What happened? Let's do this. There's the center line. So this part looks good. This next one should be able to go across. This guy is missing one block right there. I can just get to it from this. So is there one more that goes in the wall there? No. No, that's not right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay. So let's see. This is 1, 2, 3 wide here. And this is 1, 2. Ah, that's why. Thank you, Patty. What happens if you put purple glass in front of glowstone? This right here. Well, this is in front of a sea lantern, but you get light through it like that, which is pretty cool. So this, that aren't the same. How? How are they different like that already? It's not a huge deal, but I could just chalk it up to being the whole thing being organic. See, this is one row forward. Oh, you mean back here? For this? The uvula thing? I think I still have some purple glass. Where do I have that? Here? I have 5 pieces of purple glass. Yeah, you'd still be able to see through it. Something kind of like that. I mean, it's obvious that it's transparent. Let's see, do I have enough light down here too? Yeah, it provides enough light. Huh, I don't know. Maybe what needs to happen is... Jeez, I just broke it rather than actually... There we go. Have one sticking down in there, right? Aha, Alex is raiding. The party of 4. Hey, greetings there. Still working on the jaws of this big old guy here. But look, now it has a back of the mouth. Not only that, the secret entrance here. Haha. I heard something, though. Sound I didn't like. Ah! I knew it! Come from, you jerk. Stay over there and you die. Raid! So what did he fall down from, anyway? Oh, from this. That's why. It's like he came behind it because he landed there and then fell down. That's what was going on. Yeah. There's enough light in here. Go. Yeah, thank you, Alex. Alright, that ought to do it for a little while here. So, I discovered there's a little bit of a discrepancy in these sort of cheek things here, but I think it'll be okay. Just need to add one more pink one up there. And then just kind of continue the pattern down and it'll all blend together well enough. Get another purple block. Goodness. That made me jump. Thank you for the... Oh my goodness. Thank you for hosting. Hey. It's our moose friend. Hey there, Maple. Alright, so yeah, this is what we're working on here. Let's get our potato ready here and ascend to the heights. Yeah, and I think the reason the creeper came in is he spawned here or something like that and then just kind of dropped down on me. That's why he thought he could get away with it, but he couldn't. There we go. So now, let's get rid of this dirt because we don't want it anymore. Go, just like that. Okay, so now this right here will be the next level. How's everybody from these delightful raids and hostings doing tonight? Both Alex and Maple. Thank y'all both for coming by the way. Do hope everybody's doing well and enjoying themselves and having a delightful weekend. For most folks, this is the end of their weekend. I will confess for myself, this is halfway through my weekend. I mention that every so often, but I feel it's worth saying now and then. Just finished some mining, dwarves and beards and such. Oh, so good. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join. Did you get to see a bunch of the new content? Like the this. Just that right there. The what is it? The rival incursion, I think they're calling it now. There we go. Now, this fleshy stuff won't be exposed for long. It'll be more of like the scales out here covering around this. That's the inside of the cheek right there. And then that's the inside of the throat. We did. We had 2 hackable optional quests early on. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Let's get rid of this. Take a real good look now, too. I want to try like this. Wow. Wow. Let's stand right up here on the top of the tongue. Yeah. Let's turn off this and... Should I tell you what? Let's take off all the armor. Turn off that. Now we've got ourselves a nice screenshot. I don't want to stay out here naked for too long. That's cool. I'm looking forward to playing some more of the Deep Rock Galactic content that's out there, or that's out now. Little hidden passage back here, by the way. Move this here. This here. I have two. Sorry, I have three. There we go. Still have plenty of light on each of these. Okay, cool. Part of that is thanks to Padu's idea for a uvula right here. One of the things I may consider is some purple concrete along here just to help transition. So I need to find out like how dark is purple concrete. How do you actually get purple concrete anyway? Let's check something real quick. Okay, so instead of black concrete, purple concrete. Ooh, okay. It's the same recipe as before, but now it's a purple dye. You get purple from blue and red dyes mixed together. All right. Let's see. Open image in new window. There we go. Okay. Now, this right here is what I want to look for. So I need some red dye, and I need some blue dye. Shouldn't be too hard to deal with. And then, just like before, when I made the black concrete, get rid of that. I can make purple. So I believe I threw it in one of the chests somewhere, right? Oh no, I have a chest monster going on now. There it is. There's the sand and the gravel. Okay, so now all I need is purple dye. Let's see. Red dye and blue dye. Well, I tell you what, let's just go out into the world. Right out through the dragon's mouth. Find some reds and blues. I bet you these guys get me blues right here. Absolutely. A few of these. We'll plant a couple back. Why not? Just because I need to make sure I can get some more later. And then these look like they'll get me red. That was easy. Get equal parts too. Here we go. Angry Maple Moose. Let's see. I tried to /raid, but it wouldn't let me. So enjoy the host. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I don't know why it didn't let you raid? Question mark. I mean, that's. I figured it would have let you. Maybe it's because another raid had just happened. Alex brought some folks in. So who knows? Maybe that's how that works. But all the same, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get a bunch of this out here. Okay, so. First of all, it's this. So we'll do 4 batches here, right? Okay, yeah. There's 8 blocks right there. Now, that's a pretty rich purple. Just kept saying something similar to, cannot complete this action at this time, try again later. Most likely because Alex rated, yeah, probably. So this purple's pretty bright, but I did notice before that the black was pretty bright early on as well. So. Still a very rich color compared to that, but that might actually still work for transitioning. From the mouth to the cave. So let's see what happens. It's just with a line of it, right? Right here. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, so I have enough. One, two, six, seven. Well, I don't think I get the effect I want on that, to be honest with you. Like, I'd have to put another row or so, but all the same, I think it's too bright. I don't think that's going to do. Oh, Ed. It was a nice try all the same. I am kind of glad I didn't put too much effort into getting like a whole bunch of purple concrete. You know what I mean? Go up and grab that guy. So. Let's put this wool back. I feel like I'm missing a piece. Yeah, there should be a seventh one. Where did it go? Oh, it fell off the side over here. Cool. There we go. All right, well, as far as transition... Oh, hello, you. Boom. And second one kills. There we go. Yeah, too saturated. I think you're right, babe. I think this looks fine, really. I was just hoping there'd be a smoother transition there, but I could try purple wool, maybe. But I have a feeling even that's going to be kind of saturated, too. I think I have some of that in here, do I? I do. Yeah, if I put all these next to each other, you can kind of see if I use the purple wool or the purple concrete, they're very similar to each other. Almost a pinkish purple. Magenta is just way out there, I think. Probably a good transition from the purple block. Like that. Sorta. That's probably more reasonable right there. So that ain't gonna work. Well, I have a little bit of purple concrete now, and... Oh, well, thank you, dear. I appreciate that. The purple magenta color palettes. I don't blame you. They're fantastic. They look really good, even in Minecraft here, but, like, can't do much with them if I'm trying to, like, make a gradient. Light pink, is that a thing? Yeah. If you look up here, I got pink wool, magenta, like purple. Yeah, the issue is that, like, Minecraft just increments their, what you call it, their colors a little funny. That. Wood, we'll put the warp stem in there. This, we'll put these guys in here. But no light colors. Come on, Minecraft, right? Seriously. Down there. white, light gray, pink. Alex is offering some lighter colors. His cottage core is based on pastels. Ah! No. You are not. Wow. There must be a missing light source or something around here. I haven't generally had too many issues with creepers down here, at least not in a while. Maybe I knocked out a light, so one's spawning right here. It was weird, he was just bobbing around though. Desaturated colors, yeah. Let that one run on ahead a little bit. Okay. Oh, what the? It's like it didn't have enough momentum to knock it out, so when the next cart came up, it bumped him back. I think I need one more powered rail here. Two more just to really drive home the what's happening. Now let's see. I do have enough of this now. Okay, good. Discord light mode. That's considerably light. There. So now it should have enough oomph to get up here. See, I wonder if when it came around, if it hit the thing. Yeah, see, it's hitting it. Oh, something must have changed, because it didn't used to do that. Like, it really did not used to do it that way. Where's my target block? I want to try something. There you are. Stop it. Okay, so let's break you for the moment, so that way you don't do anything. Break you and break you. Now, target block here. Where did you go? Ugh, gracious. Okay. Now, plate here. I should be able to do that. Okay. Whoop. Buy myself just a little extra reach. Well, I would. I think it needs... It's not going in there. It's lighting this one, but not that one. I probably got to push this whole thing back by one, just so that there's not a turning cart right there. Or a turning track. Because that's the problem I was running into in the Nether as well, is the cart would turn, hit the button, and send another cart and another cart. Also, as far as you were asking earlier about the light purple, there is kind of a magenta color that shows to be a lighter purple, but I have a feeling it's going to be lighter in the sense that it's closer to pink rather than like a desaturated purple, if you know what I mean. So instead of being closer to this, it's just going to be closer to that. sheepy's still back here in the deadly drip farm. But yeah, I made a gradient wall a while back just to help make it easier for me to lay out all the colors and everything that I need. Gray glass on it. Yeah, but then I have to push it back by 1 block and have the gray glass in front be kind of what's flush. Basically like doing pixel art. That's kind of what all this is coming down to, really. If I just do this. Doesn't do anything. It's got to be this arrangement right here, then. Maybe the target block isn't doing what it's supposed to. I thought it was, though. Lost it into here, didn't I? Let's see. True, I tried drawing in Animal Crossing the other day. I made Tiggy a doodle. Oh, wow. I wasn't aware that you could draw in Animal Crossing. That sounds very cool. Yeah, no, that didn't work. What the heck? I wonder if we're getting a bunch of lag or something here. Well, at any rate, for now, this is the way it has to be done. There go all my cards. So, I could make a little goofy loop here, but I don't really want to do that. That's how you can make custom clothing and textures. Huh. Alright, well, cool. Had powered rails. How about that? Yeah, wood. And I have a bunch of purpur that I can actually take back to put in the item library. So that's definitely good. I'll go do that right now. I also have some buttons to put entry to Renard's little Feywild portal. It keeps spawning more slimes there. Sometimes villagers will shop from the Able Sisters if you put custom designs up. I about fell over when I saw one where wearing a Bucky's hat that Donut put in my store. Oh my gosh, Bucky's hat. Okay, that's pretty funny. Alright, button time. There's no slimes in here. Yeah, there we go. No slime. I know he has that glow lichen on certain spots, but I feel the buttons are better or more important at the moment. Alright, there we go. Ta-da! Okay. So let's take this back again. Whoosh. Bucky's hat. It is pretty funny. Button, button, button. Always more stuff up there every time I look. That's cool. Okay, so purple blocks. We're back here, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there we go. Turned as promised. All right, so calcite. I can just drop that in here. Drop the dirt, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's a fantastic item library, that's for sure. Make sure nothing. Oh. Things did end up over here. Oh, there went my calcite. I guess we don't have a spot for it? Question mark? Thought we would have. Yeah, there it is. It just didn't sort it properly, I guess. Alright, let's see here. That's just stone. Site go in there. Diorite. And then the calcite goes over here. Have smooth basalt. Oh, there's some tough. Ooh, very nice. I'll put that in here. Smooth basalt. And I can drop these buttons. Wood products, like buttons somewhere. There's a redstone. Just redstone BS. Why not? I'll throw the buttons in there. Yeah, those are the buttons anyway. Cool. Alrighty, folks. We are coming close to the end of my stream here. I've been at it for 4.5 hours. I'll give you a little quick tour around here. I know most of y'all have seen this stuff, and some of y'all haven't, but got some of our little village stuff here for the library village, the item library village. Ziffane's totally human spacecraft is crashing the mountain up there. It's blinkers on. And we built a village around here, which has been fun. My contribution was this one over here. Call it the Dine and Dive. It's a nice kind of a... Oh, hey, there's a new building here now. Before I go into there, I kind of want to see what's down here now. Parked. Yeah. Somebody's been digging down here. Wonder if this is what Riley was up to. Oh my goodness, somebody strip mined. Alright, we'll save that for another time. Make myself dizzy hopping back up all these big broad steps here. Parked, yeah, Ziffane parked his fancy thing up there in the mountain, straight into the mountain. Oh, well, that's weird. By the way, that's purple wool right there. So you can see it's still a very rich color. So, yeah. Dun dun dun, yeah. Anyway, this is the Dine and Dive right here. Yep, little kitchen. Neat place to wash your hands and cook stuff and brew things. I'm still really proud of this. That's why I keep coming back and showing it off in the stream for anybody who hasn't seen it. But yeah, you can dine at the different tables. You're just, you know, if you're just done with your conversation, you'd be like, no, I'm done with you. Move on. Like, it's time to fly away. And then you can fly away too. By the way, he has a blinker going off over there. And you can fly away and go, ha ha, sploosh. While you're down here, swim along. There we go. Right back up to the dine and dive. Super easy. Go round and round a whole bunch of times. Plus, you have this great view of the of Enob's tree. This thing's fantastic, especially when the sun's going down behind it. It's always sunsetting over here. There was a TV spoof series on a movie I remember watching years ago. The TV series was like a daytime soap opera. It was called The Sunset Also Rises. Oh, I bet this looks fantastic with shaders. I think you're right. You probably ought to come take a look at it at some time, Padu. See what you think. Yeah, it was a daytime soap opera. A fake one, mind you. The movie was about what goes on behind the scenes with those kind of shows, right? And the show within the movie was The Sunset Also Rises. But yeah, I remember thinking that was just too clever. Because it's like, wait, no, the sunset does not also rise. Soap dish. That's exactly the one. Yeah. Oh, missed. Glad you remembered the name of that. You know me with losing track of names. The door is held open by the arrow. Love that. Yeah, it was a very fun movie, wasn't it? It's a movie that went in a lot of fun, different directions. You do help where you can. You complete me. What's up? Alright, I think I'm going to start wrapping up. It's very tempting to pick up other projects and just kind of keep this whole thing moving. But if I do that, it's going to be super duper late by the time I go to bed. For instance, one project I need to do is actually move this rail station forward by 1 block. For one thing, I have one too many power rail here, but to move them forward one means I don't have the rail, the curved rail going right past the pressure plate here and there. Just like I had the problem upstairs outside the nether. I thought I fixed it here, but as it turns out, every time the cart goes around this corner, it hits any sort of pressure plate that's adjacent to that. Inside curve, outside curve doesn't seem to matter. So, for anybody who wants some sort of, you know, redstone contraption building stuff, that might be some piece you'd want to work with, is a minecart going by, making a turn, and it hits a pressure plate. At any rate, yeah, I got to take all of this apart just to move it literally 1 block that way. I'm going to do that off stream later, because that takes a little while. Here. Any sad boys out there crying? No? Good. Alright, let's take one last look at a few of the highlights of my little cave over here. Big one being the dripstone. I actually have a working cactus farm here. Producing cactus. It's not very fast, but it's doing it. do have the geode railroad. Take the shards, leave the nodes. Yeah. And last but certainly not least, perhaps even most important for this stream, is over here, the back of the dragon's mouth. Yeah, look at that. And it's just impressive. I'm impressed by it, and I helped build it. But yeah. Definitely had a lot of fun with putting all this together and making it. There's still more to do. There's definitely more to do. There's the outside. Out here, the lower jaw outside, there's a bunch that's going to get bulked out. Because, you know, even your human lower jaw, let alone a dragon, is going to have some muscles and stuff down here to help close that jaw and pull it shut. So it's going to cover a lot of that. There's also going to be a couple of large dragon spines just kind of pointing out there as well. Kind of in that area. The flat of the face, there's going to be a brow and an eye in here. Some horns kind of going up. The outside of the cheek will be kind of tapered to help match and hide some of this. As far as the inside of the mouth, gosh, I dare say it might be done. Yeah. Still wondering if I want to bring this up the level or not. Or even like bring that one up one and then that up enough to connect here. Like I said about projects, it's really easy to just sort of get an idea and keep going. Oh yeah, I put it in here. I do want to see how this goes though, so let's walk with me here for a sec. I do still have some more of this. Alright, well that's fine. Okay. So right now, the purple from here just kind of goes up a little bit, right? See what happens if I put it all the way up. This. That look any good? Back of the mouth? Ah, creeper. Did he literally spawn on the tooth? That is just not fair. I can't light the point of the teeth. He absolutely spawned like right here. In the daytime and everything. Yeah. Anyway, that does look pretty good. Right on both sides. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good, I think. And then might even be better is that one and that one, perhaps? Use my scaffold to get up here to fix that. There and here. That way it kind of makes a curvy shape to it. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think I can do that. There and there. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, there we go. Transition a little more away from the pink and into the purple back there. Tempted to take out that last block there and here as well. And thank you, Patty. I'm glad you appreciate and approve of the stream. I definitely had fun. Yeah, kind of like being able to transition more of the purple in here. Yeah, that's what it needs. That's absolutely what it needs. Okay. So that one and that one are out. That one and that one are in. Yeah, there we go. So from cheek to throat, if you will. Yeah. Blocks fall out here. Yes. Check the other side. Sword in hand, just in case, because I've learned my lesson with all this. Now, one thing I could do for the teeth, in particular, to help light them up, is use some end rods. Oh, there's a few of them out here. End rods would allow me to put a sharp point on the end, and it would provide light. Kind of wonder if I ought to do that on at least one of them, just to kind of see how that looks. Where do I have end rods? Assuming that I even do. So I do, right here. Alrighty. That's pretty good. And I don't think it detracts too much, does it? I mean, I want this thing to be safe, not just like a, oh, it looks good in creative mode only, you know, whatever. I think the end rods do a decent enough job. They don't really detract. I wish I could put them on the points up here, but do that like that. That's just kind of weird. Well, they wanted to spawn here and here. Now they cannot. Cool. All right. Well, I think it is time for a selfie. So that way I can make a nice screenshot. Turn this way as the sun's going down, no less. Oh my gracious, it's getting dangerous. I'll hide that. And we will take a picture. There we go. I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. This has been a lot of fun. Sometimes I start these streams and I don't really know exactly what I'm going to work on. And I'll admit tonight was one of those. Stick it right there. Tonight was one of those where I wasn't sure. Like, I had an idea, but like, you know, working on this dragon's head is a big endeavor, and the last time that I made significant progress, I had help. Tonight I really didn't much, but got a lot done. Got the whole back of the mouth done, the throat, the transition to it. I'm very pleased with that. I'm very happy with how that worked out. And I'm excited to do some more, of course. By the way, if y'all didn't notice, I just put an iron door. I put it with that little weird trick this way, so that way mobs will think that it's closed and they won't walk through it. That's why there's so many open doors here. It's already saved my butt a couple times tonight, where like a creeper will come in and he'll stop at the doorway because he thinks it's closed. Earlier, I had one that stopped on the other side and I swiped him and I didn't back up far enough, so he blew up anyway, right here. But he didn't hit me. He didn't hit me at all. So if you place your door, like if I'm going to put one here, I place it standing here. And I put it down. It'll be in the open position, but mobs think that it's closed. So, little trick for y'all there. So now I've added one here. So if anything does wander in from the mouth, for whatever crazy reason, it can't get through. And it's metal just so it's, you know, durable. Anyway, everybody. There we go. Thank y'all again for coming out. Hope y'all have yourselves a fantastic night, and I will catch y'all next time. The next time I stream Minecraft will probably be this next Sunday. The next time that I stream Deep Rock Galactic will likely be Friday. But keep an eye on the Twitter and for any sort of announcements that pop up. If y'all are following me on Twitch, that should definitely help. Because sometimes I do get an opportunity, either in the morning or another evening, to just kind of randomly stream. So keep an eye on that, and I hope to see y'all around very soon. Take care, everybody. Y'all have yourselves a fantastic night. Good night.